There we go. We're back.
Look at those monsters!
Fucking OBS. We're back with more Majora's Mask. Ideally, the conclusion of Majora's Mask. The Legend of Sundays. The Legend of Mecha-Days. Mecha-Days nuts. Anyway, we have a lot to do. Okay, so, stuff to do. I think everything left is in Ikana Canyon. No, that's not true. There is still the Mask of Truth heart piece. Run! Let's see. Got... Masks am I missing? Kita's hat. We'll work this out. Kita's hat, the Gibdo mask. Giant's mask. The all-night mask. The all-night mask I don't want to get. So let's see. The all-night mask, Kita's hat, Kita's mask, Gibdo mask, and the Giant's mask. Yeah, alright. 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 But I wanted to hit 5,000 rupees before I buy the all-night mask. And I still need the heart piece from the game shop. Let's go. Lame. How much do I have? 3,000. I need any money? I think the main issue that I'm uncertain of right now is what I need to go through the Gibdo well. That doesn't seem right. Oh, I need a Pona for this. Let's go. You think a bomb shoe would drop bombs rather than arrows? So we begin with me wanting to go to the graveyard. I mean, that's clearly a Poe. Oh, Dampe. I'm not a bad person. I'm just ugly. Eh. Right. Ye who awaken me, battle me, then I shall extinguish the furious flame. What's the Sonata of Awakening? Da-da, da-da, ba-ba-ba. Welcome in, Panda. Well, I don't think he took kindly to that. No! Come on! Can't beat me, I played Dark Souls 3. Well, swelling's going down. Can't properly clench it, though. How you doing, Panda? The war is over. Why don't you go and tell them that? Huh. Captain Keats's hat. Alright. So, the biggest concern I have about not finishing this today is... Stone Tower. But this isn't really a concern. Hello, boys! So, this allows you to talk to the Star Children. Every night, there's a circle of Star Children around one grave. And the grave is different each night. I think the first grave, I think the grave on the first night is required. But the other two give different rewards. What a time to be without Din's fire. Ah, cool. Okay, so I've got arrows, I've got magic. There we go. It's an iron knuckle. Fun fact, this model of the iron knuckle is actually the same model as the Noboru iron knuckle from Ocarina. So if you click the camera inside the character model, you can still see Noboru's face. Well, you can see the skin there on the neck. A composer called Flat. Alright. You remembered the Song of Storms. Now let's get out of there. Still need like 1,800 rupees. And there's not a convenient, fast way to get it. Yeah, you know what? I don't feel like messing around with this. So we're gonna do all of this now. Alright, different grave. That's right, open the grave. Good. I don't like that. It's such a downgrade from the hook shot in Ocarina of Time. That was close. I wonder what I want. Good. An iron knuckle? You sneaky bastard. So is this a piece of heart and then day 3 is the bottle? I thought it was the other way around. Alright. I do love that. Easily one of my favorite things to do with this. It's like, hey, what if we just remove the cooldown on the blast mask? Well, then you could have a lot of fun. Alright, Kita's hat. Hello. Open it. Good. Yeah, and this one is completely separate from the other set. Okay, so... the way this works is you take Dampe around very slowly. See, gone too far. Very slowly. To these digging spots. And 3 of the digging spots in this area have a blue flame in them. I think it's always set, because one of them is always one of the digging spots on the top. One of the time savers this is introduced is meaning so you only have to dig one of them up, which is really nice. I appreciate it. And then you fight a giant Poe. Is it a big Poe? Big Poe. Nani? Welcome in, Clem. Yeah. One of the time savers the recomp introduces is changing it so you have to find all 3 flames, so you just have to get one. Which, boy, do I appreciate. Also, let me get you in a bottle because that's 200 rupees. How you doing, Clem? And there's the final bottle. Where did he go? Where's the door? That is weird. Anyway, you leave and you find Darnpei cowering under his bed. Pull the lawn, pull big tree branching stubs out of the lake. You're tired. Good. Tired boy. But yeah, you can... Something that you probably won't get a huge amount of use out of is you can sell things yourself to the Curiosity Shop. ₹200. Do I have anything else to sell? Oh, not really. This freaking guy. Let me drop the money off. I'm doing okay. Ended up picking up a shift at work because nobody was available. So I've been in work today. Otherwise, I was intending to stream more Banjo-Kazooie. Now we're here. I want to open up the owl statue at Ikana Canyon. This place should be empty right now, actually. Can I get into this room? Nope, Tattle just will not let me. But that's another hundo. Like, if you know where to look, it's not difficult to get a lot of money in Majora's Mask. So you should never really be hurting for money. The only tedious part is building up 5,000. Like, once you've got the 5,000 in the bank and got the heart piece for it, you can just spend the money whenever you want. You're not going to need it. Garo mask. So, the thing that really keeps you from getting into Ikana Canyon is arrows. You need Epona to get into the entrance. You need the Garo mask and the hook shot to get up here. And then you need the ice arrows to get across the river. And that will give you access to the final area of the game, Ikana Canyon. While we're here with money, though, let's go and have a quick word with Tingle and buy the last map. Because here's our map at the minute. The final map. Now the whole thing's open. I don't think there's anything else I want to do here. Thank you, Clint. Yeah, we'll drop the money off and go back in time. Yeah. So there's one owl statue we haven't activated, which is at the top of Stone Tower. I say the only thing I'm concerned about that I don't remember off the top of my head is the specific sequence of items needed to go through the Gibdo well. You piece of shit. You know what? Let's go get the moon tier as well. Because that's going to be extra money. Doing all of those is 200 rupees. Why am I going into the Lunatic Pandora? Oh, the Lunar Cry. Oh, yeah. I've played Final Fantasy VII. I've played Final Fantasy VIII. I think it's still too close to me there. Can you believe I streamed Final Fantasy VIII in like 2020? Can you believe I preferred playing Final Fantasy VIII to Dark Souls 2? It's still one of my favorite ideas of the Dark Souls 2 playthrough. Was like, I was enjoying that so little that I just stopped playing it to play Final Fantasy VIII. Because that was back when I alternated streams. It's like one stream would be one game, and then the next stream would be another game, and then go back and forth. And I just stopped playing Dark Souls to only do Final Fantasy VIII. Alright, let's see about doing this nonsense. You know what? That can wait. I feel like a bunch of it can wait until I get the 5,000 rupee art piece. Because any money I spend otherwise is just money that could have gone into that and then be spent afterwards. What? No, 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 no. I do enjoy this soundtrack. Very good soundtrack. Spin. That's really not worth it for the effort it takes to get there. What's going on, Clem? You playing any video games at the minute? I could have this ready in the next few minutes. Did I kill? I killed the giant hat for the heart piece? I don't remember if I did. Genshin things and doing Cyberpunk side gigs. Excellent. I heard recently that oh, I did. Right. I heard recently that Phantom Liberty is longer than like the main quest of Cyberpunk. And I don't remember specifically if it is, because I ended up going back and forth between the two. And I didn't finish Cyberpunk until after I'd done Phantom Liberty. But, like, it's fairly substantial. There's a lot going on there. And it felt like it mostly weaved pretty well into the main game. I enjoyed Phantom Liberty. I enjoyed, like, almost all of Cyberpunk. You motherfucker! I don't remember what the level cap on Cyberpunk was. Alright, cunt, you've got my sword. Yeah, I remember I did hit the level cap, but like I say, I bought Phantom Liberty with Cyberpunk. I did eventually hit the level cap. Yeah, I think it felt a little daunting early on, but then I got a lot better at it. I don't know. It ended up being like pretty focused on Netrunner abilities. And was very capable of just dismantling everything. Oh yeah, man, being able to do anything by looking at it. Piece of shit. I don't think I got that. I don't know, I'd have to re-download and install Cyberpunk again to like go through what I've got with you. But by the end I was very, very difficult to kill. I've just been stood out here while the aliens came around and stole the cows and the child. Put you over there. Put you over here. Over there. There you should what? No. You think you're back? Even with the Mask of Truth, the annoying thing about this is it's a guessing game. Alright, let's try this one. I was doing that, you told me to put it down, you stupid bitch. You have to win over a certain amount and you get a heart piece out of this. Remember when Nintendo just openly had gambling in their games? Come on. Come on. Get around him. Go around. I hate you, dog. Well, that didn't win for me last time. There we go, we'll use this one. Yeah. So there's the, the last game I'm aware of Nintendo having any kind of gambling in was the Japanese version of Heart Gold and Soul Silver. By the time that came to the West, they'd gotten rid of the gaming corner. Because if you remember back in Pokemon Gen 1, Gen 2, there was the Rocket Gaming Corner where you had slot machines and stuff. And by the time the Gen 2 remakes came to the West, that had been gotten rid of for Voltorb Flip. I hate these dogs. Like, you get the Mask of Truth specifically so you can read the dog's mind to get an idea of which one's going to win. But there's still no guarantee of it. It's still a guessing game with RNG involved. Not as far as I'm aware. I think it is, like, just generally random. You get the Mask of Truth to see... like, what their thoughts are, whether they think they'll win or lose. And even then, it's still like a crapshoot whether or not you will win. And you have to win a certain amount of money to get the heart piece for this. And because it's entirely computer controlled as well, they could just get caught up on each other. Alright, so I'm gonna get double backs, that's 180. There we go. Nope, go fuck yourself. Yeah, it's why I was specifically betting that much. You get over 100, you just have to win over 150. So as long as you bet, what would it be? You can't, I don't think you can do anything other than multiples of 10, so betting 80 or 90, as long as you take at least second place, you win. ₹4,000. Let's see if the 200, the bird drops, respawns. Right in his big, stupid Mr. Burns head. You think it'd learn its lesson? Yeah, it does. Awesome. So this is going to be the best way to get the money then. The real issue is perspective. Like, it hit me once and scattered money around, and I've come out of this encounter with less money than I came into it. There we go. I don't think this is a piece of heart. Good. Leave me alone, child. So with another 440 rupees, we're good. Fucking! Perspective on that is such a pain in the ass. I'm gonna go out there, I'm gonna kill that bird multiple times. Yeah. What do you mean it got my sword? I hit it with my sword. What kind of nonsense is that? Also, it can just dodge all of your shots afterwards. That's stupid. Well, you saw that, right? I hit it with my sword. I hate this nonsense. I want to deal with this prick again. Alright, so we'll wrap this up with the money. Then we can get into the point of buying the all-night mask. Still need to do this, though. Yeah, I'm still gonna need to do the boat quest. The target practice on the boat. Which you have to clear the swamp to do. Right, 2. Anything up here? No. So the stupidest thing about this one is the Deku scrub is inside one of the rooms here. And it's like, oh, I'd love to talk to a Goron and have a Goron. No, it's Lulu's room, is it? Yeah, I'd love to talk to a Goron and move up to the Goron village. And it's like, cool, how do you expect to meet a Goron when you are situated in, 1, a private room that you shouldn't be in, and 2, in the middle of the fucking ocean? Well, you know what happens to a Goron when he goes in water? He drowns. Alright, here we go. Get the last one. ₹200. Good 200. Why do I keep having to do that 3 times? The big 200. The big 200. Yes. There. And then we can start spending money again. Ba ba da 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 do dee do dee do 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 dee do 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 do. There's gotta be a bunch of stuff I've missed though. Because like I'm missing multiple heart containers. I don't really think of anything. There we go. I did the sword guy, I did the postman stuff. I don't think there's anything in the lottery shop. Alright. Well, what we're going to do now is we're going to run a real quick ad, take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to go properly into Ikana Canyon, I guess.
Now you fucked up!
Yeah, that's basically what it is like going into Ikana Canyon. And we're back. One day we'll stream Persona 4. I said it before, but like I'll say it again. If you haven't played Persona 4 and you have any interest in playing Persona 4 Revival, do not look up Persona 4. Anything to do with Persona 4. Because you have to remember that Persona 4 is, at its heart, a murder mystery. And a lot of stuff will just spoil it for you. That man has weird legs. Yeah, give me like 100 more rupees. Oh, god damn it. Yes. Does that keep having to be 3 times? So if there's any part of Majora's Mask I will outright criticize, like without hesitation. The whole thing of like, there's no way you could possibly know this without like having a guide beforehand. It's this sequence coming up. Oh, Epona, fuck off. I want the cows to give me milk. Well, if these cows, which, honestly, now that I'm looking at them from, like, regular Link's perspective, are fucking huge. Like, if they only give out Chateau Romani, then it makes sense why I can't get milk from them using Epona's song. Yeah, this whole sequence we've got coming up that we'll be doing under the well, there is no possible way you could know beforehand what you need for it, and it's really kind of egregious. It's really bad. And this thing, like, you go through it piece by piece, talking to all the Gibdos to figure out every individual piece you need, and then you get into Ikana Palace, and it's like you get through most of that, and then the game turns around and says, hey, you need a powder keg. And it's like, you know what, Majora's Mask? Fuck off. Because that's bullshit. Oh, there's these things as well, isn't there? The fucking the family of... Family of gossip stones. Where can I find a regular cow? I feel like there's nowhere in town that will just give me a regular cow. I want this game done today, whether we have all the heart pieces or not. All the masks is enough. I sell magic beans to Deku scrubs and nobody else. Like, cool, but I want to buy magic beans. Well, I'm going to discriminate against you. Well, I'm going to talk to the authorities about this. Cool, I need 5. You just let me buy 5, you prick. This guy's a terrible businessman. Wa-na-na-na. 5. $30 bombs, so that's good. They do want bombs. Where am I gonna find a cow? Guarantee there's one in one of the grottos, but I don't remember where most of the grottos are in this game. So what you do with this is there's 4 of these around Termina Field. And with each one you play, I believe, the Goron's Lullaby. And then the last one gives you a piece of heart. really don't want to have to buy milk.
Hey.
Just in case I need two. I feel like there should be someone somewhere with a cow around here. Like, there should just be a cow somewhere. Just tell me milk. Yeah. Let's go do the thing. First, we need to solve the problem here. Because as you may notice, this house is surrounded by gibdos. Fucking controller disconnected. Yeah, so the music that Sharp is playing kills you. So, that's a little bonus thing that happens if you play the Song of Healing. What you really need to do is play the Song of Storms. river flows again. This song is a Gibdo repellent. In a similar sense to that one song in Mars Attacks that causes the Martians to all like have their brains explode. Yeah, but now we need to find a way inside. Oh, welcome back, Clem. We need to find a way inside the palace. Oh, that went a lot quicker than the other instances. Giant ice cubes? It's okay, Clem. I was ready. So there's a lot here that's really kind of in a terrifying implication. Like, you can talk to him after we leave here. Like, we can leave and come back and he's like, he went into the Gibdo well, and that's obviously what happened. He came out as a cursed Gibdo. And came back to his daughter, and his daughter managed to trap him in here, and you've got all these ceiling talismans in here. And the river stopped flowing, so the Gibdos ended up able to approach the house. And if you go back in time and use the Gibdo master to talk to the Gibdos who are outside, they know he's in here, and are trying to free him, like trying to take him out and complete his turning into a Gibdo. And she's in here alone, with her father locked in this cupboard down here, mindless, and the Gibdos surrounding the house. And the entire implication is horrifying. You cannot. If you try and attack him, she runs downstairs and tells you to get out. Give you this tray. There's like freezing portions of soup. Okay. Fill it with water, now big brick-shaped ice cubes. Gin and tonic. Drives away Gibdos. Yep, and that's about that. So now we're going to go in the well. Because not only is there a treasure in the well is also the only entrance into the palace, which we need to deal with. Here we are, the Gibdo well. There's also the thing of whenever you're running around Ikana, like any part of Ikana Canyon, and Tattle starts chiming, she'll be telling you that there's an unnatural coldness in the air. And if you wear the Garrow mask, you can fight a Garrow in that area. Nope. Okay, so 5 magic beans. Yeah, this whole thing, I think, is incredibly stupid. I want to go this way real quick. Ten Deku nuts. Ten bombs. And this gets us a big Poe. Because one of the items we need is a big Poe. So it can be a good idea to get the last bottle on the same sequence you get the big Poe. Like, on the same sequence you go into the palace with. But bearing in mind that that can only be done on the 3rd night. So you might run things a little closer than you'd want. Well, this room here, thankfully, though, does have a big Poe that you can just catch. That's something, at least. talk to this one. What does he want? So deliciously fresh. You try and think of what he's talking about. Is it the milk? Nope. It's the fish. Well, I say, you try and figure out what they're talking about based on these clues, and you'll be back and forth all the damn time. And not really even have a good idea of which direction you want to go. So, not this way. The big Poe. And then what do you want? Rich in calcium. And then that's that. We are done with that. Give him a strength boner. But, Clem, the strength boner has no bones. It's pure muscle. Cartilage. The mirror shield. Alright, let's do this. And welcome to the ancient castle of Ikana. I've never minded the look of Ikana Castle. Not Ikana Castle. I've never minded the look of the Majora's Mask Mirror Shield, but it isn't one of my favourites. I think we were talking about it with Chance. During the Ocarina playthrough. And I was like, you know, the Ocarina one is probably my favourite. God fucking damn it. Like, the original Ocarina design with the moon and star, he's probably my favourite. Like, the red and silver is such a nice colour combination. Yeah, and like, I prefer it to the Tower Shield of Link to the Past. They never really talk about it. I get the feeling the idea is like a spirit trapped in it. Maybe? Well, they never really talk about what it actually is. And then there's the mirror shield in Wind Waker, and I don't think there's been a mirror shield since. Like, there might have been a mirror shield in Link Between Worlds, maybe. But the mirror shield in Wind Waker, which is kind of just generic. Like, it's got a blue lining and it's the color itself is silver. Yeah, I feel like the mirror shield hasn't really appeared since then. They say it might be in Link Between Worlds, but I could not tell you off the top of my head. You got a fairy in a bottle. Your new friend. And it's like, is that how the fairy feels? What am I aiming for in here? What am I aiming for in here? Oh, switch. Alright. I feel like a bunch that was a little janky. Oh no, I've been cursed. Which is a status effect that I think only exists in Majora's Mask. I don't want to do that. Because like I go over there, I'm going to have to drop down and climb all the way back up for it. So I don't want to go and get that. I feel like Majora's Mask is definitely a Zelda game I lose a bunch of interest in by the end. Right. So now we can go there, because I need to go down and enter through the other side. Because I think Majora's Mask's strong point has always been... No, don't want to do that yet. I think Majora's Mask's strong suit has always been the side quests. And by the time you get to Ikana Canyon, really, you should have done all the side stuff. And there shouldn't really be anything left. So you're just left with some of the most tedious, I guess, dungeon stuff in the game, in the series. Like underneath the well, in the Gibdo well, where you've got to have all this bullshit to go through. Stone Tower, I know some people love Stone Tower. I don't. I think it's got some neat ideas, but I've never really enjoyed Stone Tower. You know, fighting Wizrobe again is not a good sign anyway. Bear in mind, we already fought Wizrobe twice. Is this fight any different? Nope. It's in a different place, but if anything, it's basically the same setup as the original fight with the 4 squares. Bearing in mind, we fought Wizrobe twice in Snowhead anyway, and the second fight had more than this. And if you want to get all the heart pieces, there's a 4th Wizrobe fight waiting for you. And so, like, you could have gone through all of that, you could have figured out piece by piece what you needed for Beneath the Well, and then you get here. The rocks are cracked here, so you use a bomb, and a bomb doesn't break it. You need a powder keg. And no indication beforehand that that's what you need. So you could have gotten all this way and need to go back, need to leave to go and get a powder keg, and then do this again. Yeah, it's not something about Majora's Mask that I'll defend. I'll defend a bunch of it. I won't defend this. I won't defend the climb to Stone Tower. Alright, here we go. In all fairness, this is really cool atmosphere and lighting effects on the Nintendo 64. Now, there is a couple of fun things with this fight that you can do, none of which really mean a whole lot. But, like, put on Captain Kita's hat and approach the king. So that doesn't work. And then, try the Brevins mask. Because they move out of range. But yeah, there's a few little things that are kind of fun about that. And then this son of a bitch. Are you prepared for my ultimate technique? I guess not. I learned this from Vegeta. Now again, in all fairness, in the regular game, you cannot just spam the you can't just spam the blast mask. There's a cooldown on the blast mask in standard Majora that we've turned off for this. So yeah, you're supposed to actually fight them properly, which, if you watch either of the two previous streams I've done of this game, I did. I've beaten this game twice before on stream. I've got nothing to prove with this. Maybe one day I'll go back to Final Fantasy IX and I'll beat the Ifa tree without using a Phoenix down on it. But, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really want to, because fuck that boss. But with this game, I have nothing to prove. You ready for the memes? You ready for the creepypastas?
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that?
What a good song, though. Alright, now let's go. But yeah, you're not intended to be able to go. It's actually like maybe a 5-10 second cooldown between them. Between each blast. So now we begin the honestly not fun ascension or to Stone Tower, which begins up there. And of course, Stone Tower, as you can see there, is the building that we've been able to see from pretty much all across Termina. Like, we could see that from the mountains. But if there is one thing that Majora's Mask does incredibly well, it's atmosphere. Honestly though, fuck this sequence. Okay, thanks. Do. So I know it's been counted before, and if you do this right, like if you do this sequence perfectly, you play the LG Emptiness 21 times to get up the mountain, like to get up to the tower. Piece of shit. And it's not a good sequence. It is too many. Did they just reset everything as the day changed? Now, one reason I take issue with Majora's Mask 3D is all the things that they fixed. This isn't one of them. So, in Majora's Mask 3D, you're still playing this a minimum of 21 times, and you're still listening to the playback every time you play the song. You know, the way Zelda does of like, oh, you played the Elegy of Emptiness. Every time. And it's made even worse by one of the improvements Wind Waker HD had. Which was, you play a song. And for the rest of that play session, anytime you play that song again, it doesn't do a repeat. So that's something they had in Wind Waker HD that came out before Majora's Mask 3D that they didn't implement here. And so the Elegy of Emptiness, conceptually, is like, oh, this song allows you to create soldiers without hearts to aid you in your climb up Stone Tower. Practically what it is a song that lets you create up to 3 boxes to hold down switches. It's literally it. So, you need to go through Ikana Castle to learn the Elegy of Emptiness to climb up Stone Tower, and really all it is so that you can have some boxes to hold down switches. Fucking mind. And now, we never have to do the climb again, which is nice. And with that, I think what we're going to do is we're going to go back to Clock Town. Drop off the money, then go back in time and get Chateau Romani, so we can do this dungeon with infinite magic. And because I'm sure none of you guys want to see me start the cycle again, I will tide you over by telling you that in this cycle we will commit murder. And hopefully it'll make you all feel better. Yes. Moida. Oi, die. Yeah, 200 rupees to pay for the milk. There it is. Please, sir, put on your stupid hat before I'll serve you. Like, why? Nobody else is wearing it. Remember to swirl it round your tongue. Blah, 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 blah. Yummy. Wonderful. I can taste the act of pasteurization immediately. Alright. Remember this sumbitch? This stupid motherfucker. This bald buffoon. This grinning twit. I was intending to explode him, but I don't know if that will end up ruining the thing that we're doing. Because there are a few variables here that can be difficult to predict. It's like if you save the old woman, Sakon never appears in the curiosity shop to sell the bomb bag. So Cafe never sees him and never chases him to Ikana Canyon and never gets the mask back. But if you prevent the robbery, the curiosity shop has a different item on the third night, which is the next mask. We're missing two masks. Two masks, yeah. The all-night mask. Fuck knows where he gets it from, because it can't be Sakon. Because if it was Sakon, then Cafe would still chase him to his hideout. Here we are, the final dungeon, Stone Tower. I don't have any arrows. Oh, that didn't help me. If there is ever a place to give up on the Great Fairy Quest, it is here. Because this is one of those dungeons that you absolutely hate, because there are 2 versions of it. One. And some fairies are only going to be available to obtain in specific versions. Hold me pretty. Just like, oh, there's another fairy in this room. Like, cool. Is it this room? Or is it the reverse of this room? Why have you all immediately respawned? I was gone for less than a second. Boy, I remember watching British Girl go through this. And it wasn't fun. Watching somebody do this for the first time is not a fun experience. Because, like, you could reasonably say this is the hardest dungeon in the series. Certainly the most bullshit. That's right, remember British Girl? British Girl plays? Never forget her. Never forget. Never surrender. And here's the fun part about this as well. You might be like, why don't you use the Deku? Have I fucked this? You might be like, why don't you use the Deku? Some of these switches. And the answer is because the Deku is not heavy enough to push down any of the switches. Yeah, I remember you telling me that. It was nice of her. And here I am, having never sent you anything of mine. I must be a terrible friend. That's right, I did. I offer my time, and my experience, and my opinions, and my explosions. Why is that not? Why is that not doing anything? Why is this thing bomb-proof? What the hell was that about? Alright, so we got something down here. Some people say my explosions are the best thing about me. I think those people are not real friends. Oh yeah, okay, I know what I'm doing. I need to swap these around because I'm pressing the wrong button for what I'm after. There we go. Now I can let in all the daylight. But it's 2 AM. Oh, that worked out. That's not what I was after. I'm at. But I wanted a big fairy. It says there's one in here. I don't like any of this. Here I am, just being a good friend. And everybody appreciates it. I hate this room. It's not an invulnerability shield if I can be damaged by explosions. Okay, so this is real tricky to do. And the timing on it is really tight. I'm very happy I got it first time, but it also really undermines how difficult that jump actually is. Alright, what if I just exploded this switch? Amazing, I can't get over there right now. It's making all that frickin' noise. Well, stop it, Clem. Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, there's a chest we can get in like half an hour. Where am I going right now? Where this leads. I do hate this sequence. Because you have to charge these mirrors up with light. And then get over there quick enough to hit this. And like, it's just... it's not clear enough, I feel. I don't like that it's only my third one. Well, it only took one try each, so that's something. My explosion is bigger than yours. Alright. Nothing else. Good. So, we have an ad coming up, so we're going to run this ad, and then we'll be back with, hopefully, the conclusion of Stone Tower before the next ad break.
What's gonna happen to us?
We'll find out after these messages. And we're back. Anyway. I'll play Resident Evil 4. Imagine how much better life would be if we could all just play Resident Evil 4 whenever we wanted. There'd be no war. There'd be no famine. Everybody would be happy. Here we go. The Garrow Master. You bitch. You bitch. Welcome back, Clem. Hop around one leg. I don't remember what you're talking about. See, I was his rival, which, you know, is nice and everything. He was just some random guy I just met. For Mecha, it was a Tuesday. Think about how wild it is that there's an entire race of characters in Majora's Mask who die by blowing themselves up. And then remember that this came out in 2000. What are these things? Were they in the tower on Grand Pulse? Man, I want to like a lot about Final Fantasy 13, but like, it's just Final Fantasy 13. Yeah. Like, maybe 13.2 will be the game that I hoped 13 would be. Like, it's got the systems with the refinements that I'd like. And maybe it will end up being the game that I wanted 13 to be. Who knows? 6. Still a fairy in this room. Maybe I'll do 13-2 next year. Who knows? Though I think the Final Fantasy I was thinking of doing next year was probably FF1. But I could put that aside and do 13-2. Wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Maybe I will do 13-2 next year. Even though this has been the year of RPGs, and like next year won't be a year of RPGs, we'll still be doing RPGs. Every time I replay Ocarina of Time, I wish that that was a thing. Like, RPGs are just so important to me. It's like last year, like, we didn't have the, we were doing, like, whatever I wanted, and we still did, like, 4 RPGs. Damn. Alright. Man, I hate this. God damn it, just get out of the fucking water. Remember how easy I made it look? I hate this game. I think one thing that's kind of genuinely interesting to consider with this is, like, this is one of the few parts in the game, in the Western version, where you have to use the dolphin jump to get out of the water. And it was so much more of a prevalent thing in the original Japanese release. But imagine if you were having to do this in so many more places. Out of the fucking water, you prick. Seven! Almost halfway there. I'm not doing that again. Alright. Now this is a story all about how my life got turned upside down. There's a lot of odd fan theories about a bunch of this stuff. Like, for example, how these blocks have the Triforce on the bottom of them. And I think the prevailing fan theory is, like, the finger pointing upwards towards heaven that's on fire. That Stone Tower is very specifically and very explicitly a fuck you to the gods by the people of Termina. Which is a curious thing. There's nothing to really confirm that idea. But it's a pretty popular fan theory. If your boogers were on fire, like, would you even bother picking your nose? Maybe it's not fire. No, it's definitely fire. Appears to be fire. I feel like what I meant, if not what I said. I feel like what I meant was it appears to be a flaming finger pointing to heaven. I'm really just talking about, like, the various fan theories. Yeah, fuck off. Talking about the various fan theories of the idea. Because this is where the majority of people get their fan theories for Majora's Mask, on, like, what Termina is and everything. You thought your thing was funny? Right, is that all of them in this room? It is not. You're annoying me. It's okay, Clem, I forgive you. Will this push me high enough? It won't. What am I doing? I have the hook shot, like, just hook shot the goddamn thing. Oh, that's bullshit. That's some bullshit. This does tie into, like, what is probably overall a big problem of Majora's Mask generally, though. So much of this game is waiting. One day I'm gonna play Lightning Returns. Like, speaking of Final Fantasy 13, one day I'm gonna play Lightning Returns, which is also supposed to have a looping day system, looping time system. I've definitely heard it compared to Majora's Mask. And we'll see how that goes. There's still another one? Yeah, but, like, wouldn't it be hilarious if I play Lightning Returns and I'm like, yeah, you know what? This probably is more enjoyable to me than Majora's Mask. Like, wouldn't that be wild? So there's still one in here. Where? That's fair. I still didn't like him. I want to know where this last fucking fairy is in this room. It's not going to be that because they're only ever in the regular chests. There's always a sense Niga's done there. I was thinking last night, like, how happy I was to have... There's nothing. Bullshit. How happy I was to have completed the Sands of Time trilogy on stream. And like, boy, you know, I wonder if I'll feel the same sense of accomplishment completing the Final Fantasy 13 trilogy on stream. Look forward. What a difficult fucking task, Link. are some things I would want to complete for the stream? Like, series-wise. How many trilogies or some such? I've done the Arkham quadrilogy. Sons of Time trilogy was good. Oddworld? I don't know. I did do Silent Hills 1 through 4. Maybe I'd feel like that's more of an accomplishment if I did the other Silent Hill games. I don't know, man, like... There's definitely a lot less interest for me in doing the other ones. Maybe Zelda? I don't know, because even then, like, doing Zelda, I have caveats with. I don't really want to do Zelda 1 or 2. Really not all that interested in doing Link's Awakening anymore. Not interested in doing Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. Genuinely forgot that we fight this stupid fucker again. And it's really kind of lame, because this dungeon has two mini-bosses that are completely unique and are way more interesting. And then there's this stupid bastard again. You just repeating what I'm saying, Clem? 11, so there's 4 more. Nothing here. Nothing here. You know, I did feel like a sense of, like, accomplishment and completion when I did Metal Gear Solid 4 on stream. Like, I was really happy at having done that. Like, that was a fun one to cross on. And, like, yeah, there's still Portable Ops and Peace Walker and MGS5. But I don't really care. And in all honesty, the only Metal Gear game I'm really interested in doing after the 4 now is Rising. Oh, that said, I do actually quite want to do Metal Gear Ghost Babel. But, like, along with Metal Gear Ghost Babel, I also do want to do Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. And I'm more interested in doing those than I am in doing Peace Walker or MGS5. Yeah, and here's the other mini-boss of this dungeon. Gomez, who is, again, like I say, kind of interesting. He's unfortunately outclassed. The techniques that I learned from the Garo. That man did not stand a chance. It's interesting to do this and be like, oh, this is why there's a cooldown on the blast mask. Because if you could just do this, like, wow. There we go. What about you, Clem? What Metal Gear games would you want to stream that you haven't already streamed? Yeah, you streamed MGS 1 and 2. Maybe Snake Eater? I don't have any keys. Hmm. Yeah, I am quite interested in going through Ghost Babel. I've never actually done it. I've always meant to. Like, how often do you sit down and just play through a Game Boy game? Or a Game Boy Color game? Like a special one that you that you didn't grow up with? And if I'd grown up with... Okay, if I'd grown up with Ghost Babel, why do I have to be on the other side? It's definitely one of those things of like, boy, if I had grown up with this game, probably would have played the shit out of it. Like, you know, if I'd had Final Fantasy V Advance as a kid, like that would have probably been a real big deal for me. Instead, no, I had Final Fantasy V on PlayStation. Oh, you're gonna die. Still missing something out of that tall room. There's a chest. Where was it? Is it up there? It's not up there. There's a chest around there, but where is it? That. That. Fuck. Plus, I'm still missing 2 keys. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff, especially on handhelds, that like, boy, if I'd had that when I was a kid, things could have been different. Like, if I'd had Final Fantasy Tactics Advance as a kid, and it was like one of 3 or 4 Game Boy Advance games I had, I'd probably be really into tactical RPGs now. You'd probably be watching, like, pro strat runs of Final Fantasy Tactics and Tactics Ogre. Here's how I do Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn without being shit. Yep. Yep. And this led to nothing, right? Like, this was straight nothing. Are there any games you wish you'd had when you were a formative age, Clem? That could have completely changed your gaming tastes? No? You got every game you needed? Did you, though? Did you get Castlevania? Get Castlevania, Clem? You played what became the greatest games of all time. Did you play Castlevania? Was Castlevania one of them, Clem? And avoid it? Go fuck off. Listen, man. I don't choose violence. You choose to have me perform violence on you. Well, I tried. Just speak your truth. Your truth is lies. Your truth is made of lies and horse shit. Boy, did I play some garbage when I was younger. Well, you know what I had when I was younger? Batman Forever on Super Nintendo. I wouldn't call Castlevania garbage, I'd just call it not the best game ever. It's like, fuck you. Yeah, the Batman game on NES that people are like, oh yeah, it's one of the greats of the NES library. And it's like, you know, I don't think it was very good. No, I said I played a lot of garbage when I was younger. Yeah. I played, played Bubsy 3D when I was younger. It's a game my granddad had for some reason. My granddad's PS1 collection was always really weird to me. He had some weird stuff. He had Bubsy 3D. That's where I first played, where I first played Blood Omen. And, like, make no mistake, Blood Omen, like, to me at that time was absolutely a weird game. He had Tecmo's Deception. Invitation to Darkness, which was called Devil's Deception over here. He had Star Wars Dark Forces on PlayStation. Death Trap Dungeon, which is always kind of a weird one to me. Exhumed, which we did not that long ago for Daylight Shooting Time. We did the remaster of it, Power Slave Exhumed, and like it's a weird game for the time. Like you'd play that at the time, and there was a lot about it that was kind of really unusual. But like it's a good game. I've gone the wrong way. wanted to go that door there. Yeah, I don't know. I wish, like, we had Vandal Hearts on PlayStation when I was younger, and it's a game that I barely touched. Because, like, we had other stuff that was more appealing to me at the time, like Final Fantasy VII and, like, Crash Bandicoot. And, like, it's a similar thing to, like, Suikoden. Like, we had the original Suikoden when I was younger. And it didn't really appeal to me, because of course it didn't. Look at the original Suikoden on PlayStation and compare it with, like, some of the other games of that time period on PS1. And, like, of course a kid would choose to play something like Final Fantasy VII, or Crash Bandicoot, or Tomb Raider over the original Suikoden. But if I'd had, something like Tactics Ogre, The Night of Lodis, or Final Fantasy Tactics Advance on Game Boy Advance at the time, like, I would have probably ended up playing a lot of them. The Giant's Mask. I'm gonna need to go back to regular angle to open that, aren't I? And it'll have a fairy in it. I don't like that. Feels like some primo grade A bullshit. How many am I missing? 3. So I'm pretty sure I know where 2 of them are. This, though, this is kind of an interesting concept. The boss room is one of the regular rooms. This is where we fought the Garo Master. It's just reversed. Twin mold. So the Giant's Mask, it just makes you big. The 3DS version changes it so that Link controls completely differently as a giant, and it's one of the things that makes this fight so much fucking worse in Majora's Mask 3D. Do not run too far away from the center, because that's an endless void. And as you would expect of an endless void in a Zelda game, you go too far into it, and it'll reset you. This isn't a difficult fight, and it never really was. The real difficulty of it is doing this before your magic runs out. Which was the problem Lino had when Lino did this on stream, because I don't think he'd played this before. And so he couldn't do it without his magic running out. And it is possible to fight this boss without the giant mask. You have to shoot the tail with the arrows, which is not that easy. And there's also a thing here, like, look at how small this arena looks. Take off the mask, shrink back down, and look at how much bigger the whole thing is, and now try and shoot that target with an arrow. Yeah, that's the final of the bosses. It's a cool concept. The idea of like going big for something like this. I don't think Zelda is the series to really make the most of the concept, though. No, Clem is dead to me and he will stay dead to me. So Ikana Canyon is kind of odd in comparison with the others, in that because there's not really any inhabitants of Ikana Canyon, defeating the dungeon and freeing the spirit doesn't have like a huge tangible effect. Well, that was not something I expected. Alright, let's try and sort this. Try and finish this off. Alright, so we activated this one. That should be under here. Yeah, that should be it there. There you go, 13. And take off this mask, put this mask back on. Excellent, that was what we were after. And there's one in here, which has to be that. Which has to be that. And then the last one has to be in the lead up to the boss corridor, which I think is the next corridor. And then it's all the Great Fairies. All of their awards. I don't like that being there. What do you do? Alright, that's not bad. Okay. And this is the boss corridor. And that chest is... where? There. That should be it. There we go. And that's all the Great Fairies rescued. Here it is. The Fairy Sword. Essentially, this game's equivalent of the Bigger and the Sword. Yeah, let's use it. Honestly, not really all that worth it. Because by the time you get it, you've done the last dungeon. Alright, we have an ad to run, and then I guess we will head towards the end of the game.
Who said that? What
Which one of y'all dead motherfuckers just said that shit? Was it you, String Bean? You skinny ass looking motherfucker? Turn around and say it again. Turn around and say it again.
It's far too often the result of stuff like this. It's like, oh cool, you've got like the super mega powerful spell or the super mega powerful weapon. What did you do to get it? Oh well, I had to beat like the hardest enemy. Yeah. I mean, you can argue there's a little bit of value in this, in that you can redo dungeon bosses again and such. Which is what the Fierce Deity Mask has as value, but... We'll be right back. And we're back.
Psycho Mantis.
That's right. Alright, let's drop off all of my money. No, let's hold on to this money. And then we'll get 15 rupees out. I don't know what that guy's doing. Thank you, Clem. Alright, and... So yeah, if you prevent Sakon from stealing the old lady's bomb bags, this appears in the curiosity shop on the 3rd day. It's the only reason to get the adult wallet, the giant's wallet. Buy these nuts. That's all the masks. And to use it, here we go. The weird thing to me is how it goes over the years as well. But yeah, we use it here. Talk to Anju's grandmother, and she'll tell us a story. Let's learn about the Carnival of Time. Carnival is almost here, so it's good for you to learn its meaning. It's a little long, but I'll read it with some enthusiasm. Ahem. The Carnival of Time. Each year, the season and harmony begins when the sun and moon are in alignment, paying homage to the way that both nature and time are tirelessly in the process of progressing. Carnival of Time is when the peoples of the 4 worlds celebrate that harmony and request fruitfulness for the year. For ages, people have worn masks resembling the giants who are gods of the 4 worlds. Now it has become a custom for each person to bring a handmade mask to the Carnival of Time. It is said that if a couple united on the day of the festival dedicated a mask as sign of their union, it would bring luck. The centerpiece of the carnival is the clock tower, and on the eve of all festivities, the doors of its roofs are opened. From atop the clock tower roof, a ceremony to call the gods is held and an ancient song is sung. All of these festivities for the Carnival of Time are held so that we may ask the gods for a rich harvest in the year to come. You do a good job. That's all for Tortoise. When does the clock tower open on the... When does the clock tower roof open? On the eve of the festival. Yep, you get a piece of heart for it. I think the real reward, though, is the lore that you get. But that should also complete the Bomber's Notebook. Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this? Okay, so I'll need to listen to her other story. But who the fuck is this? The 4 Giants. This story is quite long, but it's a good story for you to hear, so I'll read it with some extra gusto. 4 Giants. This tale is from long ago when all the people weren't separated into 4 worlds like they are now. In those times, all the people lived together and the 4 Giants lived among them. On the day of the festival that celebrates the harvest, the Giants spoke to the people. We have chosen to guard the people while we sleep. 100 steps north, 100 steps south, 100 steps east, 100 steps west. If you have need, call us in a loud voice by declaring something such as the mountain blizzard has trapped us, or the ocean is about to swallow us. Your cries shall carry to us. Now then, there was one who was shocked and saddened by all this, a little imp. Imp was a friend of the giants since before they had created the 4 worlds. Why must you leave? Why do you not stay? Childhood friend felt neglected, so he spread his anger across the 4 worlds. Repeatedly he wronged all people. Overwhelmed with misfortune, the people sang the song of prayer to the giants who lived in each of the 4 compass directions. The giants heard their cry and responded with a roar. Oh imp, O Imp, we are the protectors of the people. You have caused the people pain. O Imp, leave these 4 worlds, otherwise we shall tear you apart. The Imp was frightened and saddened. He had lost his old friends. The Imp returned to the heavens and harmony was restored to the 4 worlds. And the people rejoiced, and the world, and they worshipped the giants of the 4 worlds like gods. They lived happily ever after. So, do I have to go back in time to get the other one? I can only get 1 per cycle. But yeah, the second one in particular is important lore for the character of Skull Kid and how he relates to the 4 giants. You know, I don't remember what the rest of this is then. I don't remember who this is, and I don't remember what the second thing she wants is. Oh well, we have all the masks, it doesn't matter. Here's Andrew's mother. Dun 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 da 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 da. I'm back, fucker! That's right, Tattle. You get him. Alright, Sal. Stop him. Well. Alright. I'll stop him. Here they come. such powerful thighs. But Clem, they're friendly, and they're here to save you. See, they did it. They stopped the moon. Now everything will be okay forever. I want a mod that replaces the moon with Wario's head. Well, if you were paying attention when we listened to Anju's grandmother's story, they can only be called from the specific point in the center. It has to be the clock tower. Well, then it would work, yeah. Wait, who said that? Oh my god, it's Majora's Mask. It's getting away. Would they just stand around? Probably. Or they would just ignore you. Look out, it's gonna bite your knees. I'm going in, Sassel. God, it sounds people wouldn't be thrilled with that. Well, that's not my problem. No, the townspeople wouldn't fight the giants. The townspeople revere the giants as gods. Here we go! Am I dead? Clem, am I dead? That's no moon. That's your mother. Yeah, you can have this one. Read his shit. So, here's the fun thing with this as well. The final 4 heart pieces are on the moon. And here's the fun one. Try and figure out which direction you need to go with these. Oh my god, it is Virtual Bart. I'm gonna run into Homer's ass. That's not what I wanted. I've watched, like, complete playthroughs of Virtual Bart and like long plays of Virtual Bart to like understand the appeal of it and how you're supposed to figure out basically any of it, and none of it makes sense. And like as a kid through emulator, like I played a bunch of Virtual Bart because of course I did. It was a Simpsons game that wasn't immediately noticeably trash. You know, like all the other Simpsons games from that era. God damn it. So, like, of course I played a bunch of it and was like, okay, pick a different minigame, try and figure it out, pick a different minigame, try to figure it out. And the only one I ever completed was the first stage. Like, I didn't even finish it. I finished the first stage of the one where you have to throw tomatoes at everybody in school for the picture. And then there's a second stage of it. God damn it. Like, none of it is good, but like, it's, of all the Simpsons related games of the time, like, it's the only one that's not immediately just incredibly awful. It's not good, I'm gonna tell you it's not actually awful. Yeah, I think you're supposed to hit Skinner last, maybe, when he's the only person left. And it's like, you're not supposed to hit Chief Wiggum, who's just wandering around. Finally, jeez. I mean, no, the right thing doesn't make everybody happy. Often the right thing makes quite a few people unhappy. Why it's the right thing. But yeah, like, you think about the Simpsons games of the time, like, even just talking about the 16-bit stuff. And you've got, like, Bart versus the Space Mutants on the Mega Drive, which was originally an NES game. Which was the first Simpsons game I ever played. I played that on the Amiga. Which, like, phew. And, like, that's not a good game. Krusty's Funhouse, which is kind of like a puzzle-ish game, not a particularly good game. Itchy and Scratchy game, which is not a good game. And don't fucking at me about that, it's not a good game. Like, there were no good Simpsons games. This whole, like, quick start on the recomp for this has been nothing but trouble. Like, I don't understand why it goes in a different direction than the one you're facing. What does make me happy? I don't know. This is the one I hate most, and there's a very specific reason for it. It's the only time, I think, in the entire series where you have to use bomb shoes. And it requires, like, a ridiculous level of accuracy with them. Yeah, I think this chest is bomb shoes because you require it for the next room. And it's like, it's awful. Oh, it's arrows. Alright. Yeah, there. Because you need to blow that up. And you get 10 bomb chews for it, and it's like... So, one thing the recomp does is let you control them. Even then, still not like great with it. And so you're going to try and figure out the positioning, and doing it from over here isn't far enough. So then it's like, okay, he needs to go round. How far is too far? And thankfully, I just figured out how to make the bomb shoes explode on command with the recomp, which is not something that's in the original game. Like, I will not give the game credit for things that it doesn't do. I don't know, I'd say my true face is the kind of face your mother wants to wake up to. Alright. That's all the heart pieces on the moon. In the goddamn flower. Oh, you bastard. There we go. And that is all of them. That's my last mask. Do my friends think of me as a friend? Listen, fuckface. Are you ready? The first 80s mask. The reward for every mask. Here we... So the first 80 mask, the reward you get for obtaining every mask in the game, makes what is honestly kind of a tricky final boss into an absolute pushover. Majora's incarnation. Finally gets to look cool. You mean by being an adult? Oh, he's been juicing. Being forced to be a dork again? Like, Clem, kids aren't just automatically dorks because they're kids. And that is Majora's Mask. It's worth noting the only thing the recomp has added, like the only ability the recomp added to the first 80 mask is the ability to put away the sword. That's just how powerful the first 80 mask is. Once again, I would like to be able to replace the moon with Wario's head. Why do the guards have uniforms consisting of, like, shorts? Like, those end above the knee. Dawn of a new day.
I am the storm that is approaching.
Hey, it's Skull Kid, kill him. So this can never happen again. My God, you're ugly. I mean, yeah. Foiling the plot, foiling the plot to have the moon crash into the ground, force Majora to relinquish control of Skull Kid, and up its game. Which allowed us to take on the mask on its own. Which, may well have been less powerful than if it had a host. Consider it Super Boo versus Kid Boo, where Kid Boo is less powerful than Super Boo, but is way more dangerous because it's completely unrestrained. Dude, that's creepy. Conceptually, I do like the idea of Kid Boo. It's like, oh, here is the final enemy of Dragon Ball Z. Pure destruction with no compunctions about it. And first thing it does, blows up the earth. No posturing, no talking about how it's gonna do it, no 10 episodes charging it, just bam, done. A lot of the Boo saga was boring, though. There's a reason why it is undeniably the weakest saga of Dragon Ball Z. That goes on for far too long. Because, yeah, it is big destructive power in a horrifying way. Immediately destroy the Earth, and then fight. Then chase Goku and Vegeta across the universe for a fight. I think he just died. You know what, Sal? Go fuck yourself. Piece of shit. Nope. Can't believe the only venue in Clocktown is the bar that restricts its entrance to people who have a cow mask. I do still really enjoy a lot of what Majora's Mask does. But, like, as I've gotten older, I've definitely grown to recognize its flaws more and more. And while there are reasons for it to be your favorite, like it was mine, I think as an experience, Ocarina of Time is probably better. Though it's undeniable to really need to respect Majora's Mask for coming from Ocarina of Time, a game that was lauded as the greatest game of all time, and they didn't just do Ocarina of Time again. Better or worse, Majora's Mask is not Ocarina of Time. It is such a different experience. Which is great. And its big focus on character is one of my favourite things about it. I think in the moments where Majora's Mask is closer to a traditional Zelda game are where it's at its weakest. Oh, they must have seen you, Clem, and they left. And a man who cares about his mother. Yeah, I think, like, going around doing the side quests, learning about the characters and their routines, and their hopes and their fears, like, they're the most in-depth character portrayals I think Nintendo ever really did. And I think it's the reason why Majora's Mask stands out. I don't think Nintendo ever did character better than this. And maybe part of the problem with it is that it's called Zelda. Yeah, I think that's the thing with it though, like, having to reset time, having that limited time period. Why did the mayor bring his chair out here? Also, this completely unique model for Anju that exists just for this. Oh, the widescreen. The widescreen shows that she is not actually seeing anybody. Because Cafe's supposed to be covered up by Tingle and the crowd. But you could see there that there's nobody next to Anju. Yeah, I think, like, the reset in the limitation of 3 days, I think, is what allowed the depth of personality and characterization for these characters. And I think, like, while it may be something that some people, including you, are not fond of, I think it does result in the strongest element of Majora's Mask, its characters. I think the recomp, giving you the ability to move time forward to any individual moment, is great. And that's it, that's Majora's Mask. Well, with FF6 in regards to its characters and story, I think the first half, the World of Balance, has always been really engaging to me because of its focus on characters and characterization and the way all the characters work to affect the plot. And I think the World of Ruin loses that, and it's one of my criticisms of the World of Ruin, especially because the game doesn't have any way of taking into account which characters you may or may not have found again. And so, aside from the individual quest lines for specific characters, there's not really any characterization in the World of Ruin. I like the World of Ruin for other things it does, but the characterization comes to almost a complete halt in the World of Ruin. I don't know, maybe the solution for this is just spend more time with it, Clem. So the time doesn't bother you as much. Because I've been doing Majora's Mask since I was like 9 years old, maybe. So like I'm super used to it. And definitely got to the point where, like, as a kid, I would just spend time running around, interacting with the characters, doing their quests here and there, over and over and over again. It was just how I have all of it memorized. I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily say that with FF6. Like, with FF6 is completely different. You don't enjoy various aspects of it. I don't think spending more time with them is going to get you there. I think in with this, dealing with your anxiety of the never ending countdown, I think more time could acclimate you to that. Whereas I don't think more time with Final Fantasy VI would change your opinion on it. I just think spending the time with this to get used to the existence of the countdown, being like, okay, we'll just reset here, and then we'll go and do this, then we'll reset here, and like that could get used to it and like remove a layer that's preventing you from enjoying this game to some extent. Hmm. I think for me, it helps that a lot of the stuff you have to redo isn't huge. Like, this playthrough fucked up a bunch for me. Like, I had to do the Cafe and Anjou side quest 4 fucking times, which was a mistake. There was the issue with getting the aliens to spawn, which was a problem, so I ended up doing the horseback racing, horseback target shooting a bunch of times, which I shouldn't have done. I don't know, maybe you're past the point in your life where you would just redo that kind of stuff because it's part of what you enjoy. Because we're not the same people we were when we were kids. We don't play games in the same way. We don't enjoy them in the same way. No. Well, this is still a game I really enjoy, but I feel like every time I go back to it for the stream, I see more and more that I'm like, I just don't want to deal with this. And I think a lot of it is stuff that I didn't really want to deal with as a kid, like stuff that I did once as a kid, as I was progressing through the game, and then just held onto that save file and never did again, and was doing all the other stuff that I enjoyed again and again and again. Like, I did the boss fights all multiple times. But I did the dungeons once. But that's going to do it for Majora's Mask. This recomp is a good way to play it. There was a couple of issues with it. I think most of them are ironed out now if you get the latest version of this. And it is probably... It's not even probably, it is the way I would recommend playing this. Yeah, Majora's Mask is still great, and I think Majora's Mask is at its best when it's not being traditional Zelda. I think that's absolutely the peak of it. And it's kind of a curious thing, like, what if you had other games that take the framework of one thing and do something completely different with it? And the only thing I can think of that kind of does anything like that is Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare. Which, like, if you play through Red Dead Redemption, it's a game, it's a sandbox game set in the Old West. And then you play Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare, and all of a sudden it's a completely different game built on the same framework, but it's such a different experience. I wonder if there'd be other things I could find like that. Because so few sequels are ever really willing to take the framework that already existed and do something massively different with it. I don't know. But coming up next on The Legend of Sundays, I'm not entirely sure. I want to do something a little unconventional, a little off the beaten path. Like Wind Waker is not coming next. And you might be like, oh, we're going to do some of the handheld games. We're going to do Link's Awakening now. We're going to do the Oracle games at some point, but not next. I'm actually kind of tossing up the idea of like maybe Hyrule Warriors or maybe Four Swords Adventures. I don't know, like something different, something a little more unconventional. And at some point, I would really like to do for the stream the Satellaview exclusive sequel to A Link to the Past, which I only ever played the first part of, but it was really kind of interesting. Yeah, it's probably going to be either Four Swords Adventures next or Hyrule Warriors. Just as a difference, like this is 3 Zelda games in a row, which, like, for whatever changes there are conceptually to Majora's Mask from Ocarina of Time, it is still at its core a Zelda game. Four Swords Adventures, while it is very much a top-down Zelda game, there's a lot about the way the game is experienced that is different. Plus, not enough people get to appreciate Four Swords Adventures. And Hyrule Warriors, I think Hyrule Warriors deserves more love. And I would like to showcase it anyway, and it's not even that long. It would be 2 sessions, if that. Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, I want to thank everyone for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everyone in chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. You haven't played anything since Majora's Mask? Consider checking out Dusklight, the Twilight Princess recomp. Because it's just available there. And it runs on so much. I do genuinely really recommend Twilight Princess for at least one playthrough. Because that first playthrough, you go for it, I think it is super fun and super engaging, super entertaining, and I still think it's got some of the best dungeon designs in the series. Really cool. Also, like, maybe download Azahar and try out A Link Between Worlds. Because A Link Between Worlds was genuinely really good. There's an emulate problem. Like I say, check out Dusklight, the recomp for Twilight Princess now. It's been getting regular updates. I've not properly looked into it. I only booted it up to check it out. But yeah, I want to thank everyone for joining the stream. A big special thanks to everybody in the chat. As was best part of the stream, Clem and Panda. Thank you so much for joining me, keeping me company. Four Sword Adventures or Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition next week. And the Year of RPGs continues with Shin Megami Tensei Strange Journey. Banjo-Kazooie will continue for a daytime thing. I haven't cancelled Vice City. I just put it on hold for a moment. I might go back to it after Banjo-Kazooie. But anyway.
It was the best of times. It was the blurst of times. You stupid monkey.
There's not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And take care. We'll catch you next time, guys. Bye.